సర్క్యులేట్ చేసిన టైం టేబుల్ అలా చెప్పాను.
జాయిన్ అయిపోయారు
టైం టేబుల్లో సెకండ్ అండ్ థర్డ్ ఆన్లైన్.
హలో గుడ్ మార్నింగ్.
ఆన్లైన్
ABC. That's from the
పొలాలు ఉన్నాయి.
చాలా ఉపయోగించుకుంటాం కాబట్టి ఒక ఉపయోగం కాబట్టి రోజు ఇద్దరు స్టాఫ్
I request all NRCs, please join immediately. I request all the NRCs, please gather immediately. Sir is waiting.
వచ్చేయండి మేడం స్టార్ట్ అయిపోతుంది
సార్
Guys, now closing it up. Sir, ఇప్పుడు కొన్ని వాయిస్ మైక్రోఫోన్ ప్రైవసీ ఎక్కడ ఉన్నది అవునండి ఎక్కడ ఇక్కడ మైక్ ఆన్ లోనే ఉంటుంది We are audible, huh? Hello?
దీని నుంచి కాకుండా అక్కడి నుంచి అవుతుంది కదా సార్.
NRC coordinators and key resource persons and participants from various colleges. Very good morning, Mr. President. Today's resource person is Dr. Sujoy Chakravarti. Sir, he did his PhD honors from Presidency College and Masters and PhD in Economics from Purdue University. He has very rich teaching experience. He worked as assistant professor at School of Management, University of Texas in Dallas. And also he worked as an assistant professor in the IIM Ahmedabad. And also he has worked as an assistant professor in the IIT Delhi. And presently he is working as an associate professor in the Jawaharlal Nehru University. The areas of specialization of such are experimental and behavioral economics, developmental economics, microeconomic theory, game theory, and decision theory, and also the industrial and organizational econometrics. SAR has published 27 articles in very high-index and prestigious journals, and today I am very privileged to introduce him. And now today he is going to take a session on foundations of behavioral economics. And now I am requesting Sir Dr. Sujoy Chakravarti to continue with the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. And can you see my screen? Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Okay, so just quickly, thank you for the introduction. And I've been at JNU now for 16 years and teaching this course on behavioral experimental economics. So I wanted to introduce it because a lot of people ask this question, like, what is this behavioral economic stuff? And you have some terms which are nudge and this and that people know, but I'm attempting to bring it together a little bit for you guys. And this is a PowerPoint I have put together, which is culling from various sources to tell you 6 or 7 things which are new in this way of thinking in economics. Okay, so I feel that rather than go into the deep intricacies of what the field is, I want to actually talk about the bare essentials and the foundations of why we started thinking like this. Can you hear me? Everybody can hear me, right? Okay. I will start. So this is the PowerPoint. I will share this with you. My point is that behavioral economics broadens the canon of existing economic theory. Everybody can see the PowerPoint?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good, very good. Sorry, I'm not used to this new interface, this WebEx. I don't use it, so okay.
Sir,
So
could you Close to your mic so that we can hear you clearly.
Okay, you can't hear me properly. I'm gonna raise the
Yes, sir.
volume.
Little closer would work.
Can you hear now?
Yeah, better, sir.
Better.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, it's not pointless if you can't hear me. So, okay. So we are going to talk about how behavioral economics broadens the canon of economics. Please feel free to ask me questions at any point of time. This doesn't have to be like a lecture. If you're not clear about something, this is things I've been doing for 20 plus years. So I have absolutely no problem if you ask me any question from anywhere. Okay, so that is my. However strange you may think the question is, you should ask it and you should not hold back. That's all I'm saying. I'll be very happy. All of you are teachers, and I'm very happy to be in the company of so many teachers. And hopefully, you'll find some of this useful in your own teaching, and you'll carry back a little bit of this tradition that was not there in our country at all. Thinking about economics when I came back in 2004, and it was completely new. So I'm glad to say, 20 years later, people are talking about it. Niti Aayog actually has a behavioral intelligence unit, etc. So this is all great for me, because when I started doing all this, most economists did not think of this as economics. But today it's firmly planted in economics as a subfield. So let me, without further ado, get on. Okay. So behavioral economics uses variants of traditional economic assumptions to explain and predict behavior and to provide policy prescriptions. The thing about mainstream economics is that we often get into the black box framework. Like, for a good black box framework is this idea of utility. You teach it in your courses, undergraduate courses, utility function, all of this stuff. But what exactly does it mean? Because ultimately there are flesh and blood agents who are using this, we are talking about. And this was very strange to me when I went to study at Presidency College, when I was 18. What is a utility function? It's what we call a black box. That means we don't know what it is, but we are happy to deal with it and assign a functional form to it, a reasonable functional form. I think one thing that behavioral economics does is it takes us deeper into these constructs that we create in economics. Like, it's not just some function which is concave. So these are the ideas, and these ideas often come from, at the first instance, psychology. Now, more and more, we are working with anthropologists. We are working with a whole lot of other. I have projects with medical people who are doing work on neuroscience and things like that now, trying to integrate studies of brain into our decision making. And as someone, and I have a social science background, I don't have a medical background at all, but the discipline is opening up enough now to enable us to actually talk to doctors and medical scientists and biomedical science. So a lot of my new projects are actually fairly medical in and on decision making. Okay, so e- economics in and of itself is fairly reasonable, I would feel, in as a definition of rational way of making decisions. And behavioral economics is not a rejection of all principles of this, what you have in your micro textbook and what you have in your macro textbook, but it does reject a number of orthodox predictions from theory regarding agent behavior. So it is concerned with micro thinking. We are less interested in macroeconomics at the first instance. With behavioral economics, we are more interested in focusing on agents or group of agents, like societies, like neighborhoods, like family units. Those also sometimes function as a single entity. So we are interested in that kind of micro granular behavior. In fact, a lot of the experiments I do, and a whole lot of people, including Government of India, has started doing to understand people's preferences, look at individuals and communities. And I'll give you a few examples from the literature as we go along. Anytime again you have a question, let me know. I'm happy to answer. Okay, next slide. Okay. Behavioral economics augments the standard economic analysis. Behavior adopts and refines the three core principles of economics. So, what are the three core principles of economics that I'm currently teaching a micro theory course to postgraduates now in JNU? And I always tell them the three are optimization, equilibrium, and empiricism. So, quickly about it, optimization just means given constraints, agents will always try to do the best that they can in terms of maximizing their satisfaction utility. We apply an identical construct to firms and industrial entities and say they try to maximize profits or minimize costs, which are tied in together, like profit maximization includes cost minimization. So these are optimization techniques. So we either apply it to individuals in consumer theory or to firms, which we treat like an individual, which is very problematic, but we do that in our economics textbook. We treat a firm as like an individual, like Mr. Tata, Mr. Birla. It's not. It's a big firm with huge agency problems and all of that. But if for simplification, we think the firm is one decision maker. That's one. Equilibrium. The definition of equilibrium, the classic definition of equilibrium, is a state which can be dynamic or static, in which no agent has any unilateral, that means individual, incentive to deviate. So all of us sitting in the classroom and you guys listening to me, hopefully not getting bored, and me talking, it's a situation of equilibrium. If I talk, I'm talking, you guys are listening, and you guys are listening, so I'm talking. And there's no unilateral incentive to change our behavior at this point. So in general, equilibrium just means that. And it could be a static situation, it could be a dynamic situation, it could be dynamic equilibrium. Finally, empiricism. Empiricism means in mainstream economics, we tend to use data to validate our models. So we have, what is a model? A model is just the way in which you conceive of a certain outcome as a function of some other variables which we hypothesize affects the outcome. And we in mainstream economics, development economics, we tend to use we tend to use econometric tools, etc., to find out how outcomes change when these other causal variables or correlational variables change. So that's empiricism, and this, by the way, can change. So, for example, today, a model in the labor market for labor force participation may be quite different from what it was in the 60s and 70s. I'm writing an article for Frontline on employment and unemployment in India, and I'm going through a lot of literature. And the way we conceive of unemployment today is quite different from what I'm reading from EPW by the great works of Tendulkar and Sundaram and all that from the 60s, 70s, 80s, where they look at old data. So these theories are constantly evolving. And the whole idea behind mainstream economics, and this is called positive economics, and positive economics is a kind of not a good term. It's a derogatory term. It means, your ideas are going to change as soon as the data changes. To some extent, people like me believe in positive economics. We don't believe in everything of positive economics, but we don't believe that theories from 200 years ago can explain today, what's going on today. So, for example, the whole idea of poverty and capitalism, neoliberalism, ownership capital, all of that has changed today with the cloud lords, like, people like Amazon and all these large corporations who are using this web space in order to sell their products. This is very, very different from traditional manufacturing industries. So if you're not going to use empiricism and you're going to use the tools that you used for that industry to talk about this new avatar that has happened, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. This is what I tell my students. We grapple with this in JNU because I have colleagues who will always tell me, oh, but there were theories before. I'm like, I'm sorry, these theories may not apply fully in 2024. What applied in 1985, you know? Forget about 1885, like that. That's like a different world completely. So, I completely understand reading Marx, Ricardo, John Stuart Mill, and all these things that we have a long tradition in JNU of reading. But I think these guys that themselves would have been happy today to extend their thought processes. So behavioral economics also allows us to extend, and generally the economic canon includes empiricism. Now we have new forms of empiricism where we use human observation. We use a whole lot of new tools. I'll talk a bit about them today or in another lecture if I can take one later with you guys. But this is a lot of material, so you will have to I may not be able to explain everything. Okay. Okay, so how did behavioral economics start? And so we now tend to call it a revolution and all of that. There were two psychologists, both of whom are dead now. Daniel Kahneman died a few days ago, actually, and at the age of 90. And Amos Tversky, of course, died much earlier. And they wrote a paper in which caused a big stir in the field, and they got it published in a very top economics journal. So at that point, the economics journals were very resistant to this kind of psychological stuff, and it was published in Econometrica in 1979. For those of you who are interested, I can refer to this paper and I can send you the paper, and you should read it if you want to know the one paper that caused us to think differently about human behavior, utility functions, etc. It is this paper called Prospect Theory, a theory of preferences under risk, by Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman, in the journal Econometrica in 1979. Okay, so that was so modern behavioral economics, therefore, is quite young. It's 1979, is quite not that long ago. And however, there's an older tradition of behavior in economic thought, and particularly when I have taught, economic thought. That is, I have taught David Hume, Adam Smith, David Ricardo's work. I find that those guys were much more into this behavioral stuff in the 18th century and 19th century. Somewhere down the line, some engineering types and applied math types got into it, and they altered it completely, I feel. But they were quite into this idea that humans don't just operate on monetary and material incentives. We have a whole lot going on in our minds which help us make decisions. So this idea was there in the work of classical economists, but it was not. It's kind of missing from the 1930s onwards until this revolution in behavioral economics in the late 70s, early 80s. Now, of course, it's very well established because a couple of Nobel Prizes have been given, so it's kind of getting very mainstream. So it's time to put it in all your syllabuses. If my contention is that. Okay, so Adam Smith frequently wrote about psychology of decision making, including the tension between a person's passions and their rational deliberations, which Smith refers to as the impartial spectator. So if you read both Smith's Wealth of Nations as well as the book that is often thought of as a Bible of behavioral economists, which is the Theory of Moral Sentiments, written in 1759. So these are old books, by the way, 1759, 18th century. We always have something called conscience, our sense of morality, that is always there as an impartial spectator to our decision making, to our economic decision making. So when you make a decision and you choose to be optimal, sometimes you may have a very harsh inner critic telling you that this is wrong. You should not steal all everybody's money. You should not be evil. You should not have policies which thousands of people get killed. You should not just for your shareholders. These kinds of ideas Adam Smith thought were important in this new industrial age, because he felt that because he saw the industrial revolution in Britain happening, and he felt that without cooperation, without compassion, without what he called sympathy for the other, which is the term he used for all these types of non-economic feelings and sentiments we have which affect our economic decision making. he said these are extremely important to the functioning of market institutions. So anybody who's telling you markets are should not have any sympathy, compassion, cooperation, isn't talking rubbish, absolutely. And it has nothing to do with classical economists, great classical economists. And often there's a lot of misinformation because I feel that a lot of my, economists behave like bad journalists, and they end up in quoting sound bites which are not correct. So I, after doing research for many, many, many years, I've come to this conclusion. So always do your own reading and don't get influenced by a whole bunch of people writing, particularly in the popular press, where I think they're doing the discipline and humanity a big disservice. Anyway, let's move on. So this impartial spectator, which is the internal moral compass, self-denial of self-government, of that command of the passions, which subjects all the movements of our nature to what our own dignity and honor and the propriety of our own conduct require. This is from the wealth. This is from Theory of Moral Sentiments. Psychological assumptions are as old as economics itself. So, if any quantitative economist, I'm as quantitative and more than most of them, but I will tries to convince me that, oh, there's nothing, all this is nonsense, it's some humanities. Do not be fooled by this reasoning. It just means they haven't done their reading. That's all. Anyway, let's move on. Okay. Okay. So 1759, I urge you to read this and I urge you to ask your students to read it, particularly in this time of madness where we find a few billionaires controlling all our, creating the inequality in the world, like almost, civilizational inequality that, people are creating. I think these books serve as a huge, clarion call for this madness to subside. David Hume, the treatise of human nature, they got it right actually, what human nature is and how we need to work together. I think we messed it up the next 200 years. I think they got it right in 1759. So the particular moral sentiment that Smith describes is sympathy, the feeling of compassion or concern for others. It's been extended to theories of empathy, which psychologists do, which is being able to not just understand what other people are going through, but feel an emotional response for it and be forced to act to help other people. So this tempers self-interest in socioeconomic transactions and leads us to sacrifice narrow profiteering in order to maintain ties of affection. Okay, so the work, particularly of Hobbes, Hume, and Smith, set up a culture of studying what is called public choice in economics. Public choice is a very important field, which is about what, and social choice, later public choice morphed into what we call social choice, which is how best can we distribute the riches and welfare of society to benefit the maximum number of people. So it's going beyond these market like ideas like Pareto optimality, which is a very weak condition actually, and into actual social welfare functions. Where in CSP, in my own department, a very strong tradition of looking at social welfare and looking at welfare economics. And so it's an old tradition. It may be one of the first departments in the country to actually work on social choice in the way that our great people like Anjan Mukherjee and Satish Jain have done in the past. So, okay, let's keep moving. Any questions? You're welcome to ask at any point. Okay, so now I'm going to divide, if you want, I mean, this is a little reductionist, behavioral economics into 6 principles. Now, this is loosely taken from the work of Leibson and List, so it's not completely original, but I have added my own little spin on it. But this is taken from actually the work of John List, of David Leibson, and people who are quite well known, Taylor and Kahneman and things like that, to distill down 6 points. So if somebody asks you, what is behavioral economics? What is it? Tell me 3 points, 5 bullet points. So, I understand often my students, and I did this because oftentimes my students, who are in the job market, they go to these departments and people are like, what is this? What is behavioral economics? What is this nonsense? So they can quickly whip out like 6 bullet points to tell the interviewer that, hey, this is what it is. And I'll explain those bullet points and, discuss them in detail. After that, you may ask me whatever questions you want to ask me. Okay. So principle 1, which is bounded rationality. People try to choose the best feasible option, but they sometimes don't succeed. In other words, people try to make the optimal choice, but this is not incorrect to say that people try to optimize. That is correct. Mainstream economics says that, but they sometimes make mistakes. So it's important to emphasize that these mistakes are partially predictable. To cite Dan Ariely, a very famous behavioral economist who's in a lot of trouble now, but he was very famous at one time. But he talked about being predictably rational. So there are various things we do which are not optimizing actually to us, but we do them anyway. Helping people across the road, helping animals, being compassionate to old people, sacrificing our own hard earned money to help somebody without any thought of a return. All of these things human beings do. So we may try to overall optimize. So for example, I want to invest my money, I want to succeed in life, I want to make money, buy a house, and do the usual stuff that economic agents want to do. But in that, there is built in a certain amount of leeway for compassion. So we are not fully rational, we are boundedly rational, sometimes because we don't even understand what that optimal point is. That's number one. That's rarer. Mostly we understand what that optimal point is, but our sense of moral, our sense of morals and our sense of ethics, which is independent of all of this, prevents us sometimes from achieving that for good reason. The world could do with some of this compassion at this point. Okay, so that's number one. One of the key factors is experience. So one of the key factors in making you better decision maker is of course experience. So over time we weed out certain things for which we sacrifice and certain things for which we don't sacrifice. Okay, and so this process is also experience also changes us, our level of being boundedly rational. But even with a lot of experience, even when we know what that optimal point is, we may sometimes choose to do what is morally right and not necessarily what is materially right. Okay, so that's the next point. um, Theories of bounded rationality, and these are all papers. If you guys are interested, I'm happy to I have them all on my hard drive. Posit that in decision and game theoretic situations, individuals often fail to grasp motivations, fail to understand payoff consequences to joint actions, or fail to compute or strategize actions. And this could happen because of inadequacies in being able to process. So that is one form of bounded rationality, or an unwillingness to process. Both are lead to boundedly rational actions. Okay. The second point is what I call reference dependence. People care about how their circumstances compare to reference points. So let me be clear about this. We do not make decisions in isolation. Economics textbooks tell us, for example, that we make decisions by, just on our own. We don't. You're constantly comparing your condition to your neighbor. You're constantly going to work and comparing your condition to your colleagues. We are constantly doing that. And I know people who are super rich, but they feel they're very poor. And they're not being idiots. It's just that people next who they interact with are even richer. So this whole idea of that there's some absolutism this absolutist thing that we have in economics, that we care about our material payoff. No, we care about our payoffs with respect to others. Like some of the happiest people I have met in my life are people I go to meet in the mountains when I go to, because I go to a lot of to mountain trekking and things like that. And I meet some villagers who are very happy, actually. In terms of a happiness, if I ran the happiness survey with them, a very standard tool, they would come out higher than some of my friends who work, who are vice presidents, senior vice presidents in Accenture and Deloitte and all that, and they live in Gurgaon and all of that. They live in Delhi and they earn like 6, 7, 8 lakhs a month. They're deeply unhappy. They're abusing substances. Their marriages are breaking up. They're just unhappy people, but they have tons of money. But I have met many, many people who have very little money but are very happy. Now, I'm not romanticizing poverty that Bengalis tend to do a little bit. I feel that I'm not romanticizing poverty. I'm not trying to make some pitch for, we should all be poor. We should not ascribe, we should not try to go for it. But I feel that too much has been made about material success. And I blame the discipline of economics, particularly the way it was publicized post war, the Chicago school and people, for really telling us a bunch of lies. They're not substantiated, not empirically tested, like kind of things that come out of white people's minds, and this completely misleading economics, which is codified in many, many textbooks that people study today. And this completely has misled us, I feel. And a lot of my new projects with my students at JNU are on things like happiness, measurement of happiness, looking at emotions behind decision making, all of this new stuff, which I do scientifically. I don't just give some bhashan about happiness. I'm trying to study it, metricize it, and study it. I mean, next you'll ask me, is it quantifiable? Well, no, it's not fully quantifiable as we understand it, but it is possible to be analytical with it. So there's this notion that some of my humanities colleagues in JNU have. How can you quantify emotion? How can you quantify happiness? It is unquantifiable. No, it's unquantifiable, maybe in this kind of real numbers, using real numbers. But it's definitely, there are ways of being analytical with categories without having to reduce it to some number. This is something that a lot of people don't understand. But please understand that a lot of this study, and a lot of what psychology, for example, has been doing for 100, 120 years, is being analytical without being directly quantitative, which is the economics way of being quantitative, which is assign a function to it. We don't have to assign a function to be quantitative, or measuring things. Things can be measured without that. So a lot of my work is moving slowly to that, and I'm happy to share it with those of you who are interested. Okay, so people compare. Our reference point is, for example, an amount of money that a person expected to earn in a project, or the amount of money she started with when she entered a casino, or the price she paid for 100 shares of Apple stock, or the prices she paid for her home. It matters whether a person is losing or gaining relative to their reference point. Losses get far more weight than gains, which is called loss aversion. So this is something that is very key. We did not understand until behavioral economics came, that we process gains and losses differently. Losses are not simply negative gains, but we react to them more strongly. The psychological reason behind it, which has been given by neuroscientists and all that, is that our hunter gatherer ancestors, which is, remember that we were hunter gatherers 15,000 years ago, which is not very long ago in terms of evolutionary time, species. We were much more susceptible to the weather, to natural forces. So that susceptibility made us particularly sensitive to losses. So a gain of 2,000 rupees may make you happy, but a loss of 2,000 rupees makes you much more unhappy. It's not the same amount of unhappiness as the happiness you feel in absolute value and gain. That loss amount of the same amount makes us feel much worse. than the gain amount makes us feel. So we are happy when we get 2,000 rupee windfall, but we are very, very, very unhappy when we lose 2,000 rupees. Okay, so this is something that actually economic theory had not thought about until Kahneman and Tversky in 79 actually pointed it out to them. So this is not that old actually. Okay, so these phenomena have implications for market transaction. Loss aversion discourages trade. Since each trade generates two losses and two gains, the buyer has a loss and a gain, and the seller has a loss and a gain. And the losses are weighed more than the gains. Accordingly, people are prone to hold on to their endowment. So this leads to a whole bunch of things like endowment effects and all that. But we did not in economics think that these are different, because we never thought of processing this kind of reference dependence. Like people particularly care. So if they see their neighbor doing much better than them, they view this as a loss of potential gain. And that makes them feel very angry. And that induces what we call in economics a disutility, which is negative utility. Okay. Number three, people have self control problems. So, this is very, very important. Oftentimes, we get home in the evening and we know that, we have to watch our blood pressure and we have to watch our diabetes, but that all those lovely fried snacks look very good and we love eating those. We would immediately get it and start eating. So this is people have what are called problems with executive control. The economic agent in your economics textbook does not have any executive control problems. In other words, he's like a robotic AI agent, which can be programmed to have no executive control issues. So executive control problems lead to us having both impatience, that is we like things which are closer to us in terms of time. If I tell you, would you like 1,000 rupees today or 2,000 rupees 6 months later, most of you would say give me 1,000 rupees now. So we are unwilling to wait those 6 months to get double the reward. But we also have what is called present bias. I know I'm talking about many concepts, but I'm happy to discuss. I have material on all of this, like gigabytes and gigabytes of material. So I can send you if you're interested post the lecture. We also have what is called present bias. Present bias is like I make plans, New Year's resolution, I'm going to start exercising. But when 1st January comes around and the alarm clock rings at 6 in the morning for me to go out for a walk or a run, I shut the alarm clock and go back to sleep. So what that means is that I have good executive control when it's long run, but I have zero executive control when confronted with the situation. Like if you tell somebody, okay, here's a lovely chocolate cake. Do you want to eat it now, or do you want to eat it in 6 months? Okay, so a lot of people, when people will want it now, but when I shift the time horizon and tell you, okay, there'll be amazing food, and some people will be like, no, I'm going to be healthy. So when it's long term, we think of being healthy. No, I won't eat that chocolate cake. No, I'll eat like fruits or something. And then, but when the chocolate cake is staring you in the face, you want to eat the chocolate. So delaying gratification in the very short run is difficult for us, even though we have all kinds of mahan thoughts of like we are going to exercise, we are going to be well, we are going to save money. But when you go to the mall, just you see something and you want to buy. And by the way, advertisers, marketers love all of this. They are like totally like using it to completely manipulate us and sell products to us. Okay, so economists came later in the game. I believe marketers and advertisers and people in corporate concerns understood this in the 20s, because they were a little more connected with psychology. Economics attempted to grow, they're talking about human things, but they are not looking at the psychology of humans. They're trying to do another theory, I feel, economists, without of psychology, without having psychology, and that is our biggest folly. That is why economics, to quote my own department person, the great Nobel laureate who's from CSP JNU, Abhijit Banerjee, to quote him, he said that the economists are, we are like the worst, like prediction agents. Like we make the worst predictions. We are slightly better than astrologers, he says. This is why. The reason for it, let me tell you, is that we do not take psychological motivations, anthropological motivations, even sociological motivations into account. We think paisa dalo kaam ho jayega. Like we think that you give incentive, but throw peanut, monkey will dance. This economics is not working. And I think it's time for us, and people like me have been, working for many, many years to try to dispel this notion that just by throwing some incentive, you are not going to make people behave differently. Okay, so that's the point. We are concerned about, we have self control problems. Um, so um, so people, present people plan to work hard, but then renege in the last minute, last second, and go to do the destructive behavior. Okay, so there's a whole lot of work, including my own work on all of this. Is this work on time preferences? Um, so, for example, snacks chosen in advance are overwhelmingly healthy, but snacks chosen for immediate consumption are not. So again, the same issue. When I tell you, what do you want to eat? People will say fruits, fruits. Like we have faculty meetings in the department, and so some of the bigger ones, where the department gives food. So if you ask people in advance, "Kya khaoge aap?" People will say, "We will have only." Why don't you give some fruit bowl? Why don't you give? And then on the time of the meeting, two colleagues of mine will, "Arey samosa kahan hai yaar? Ye kahan hai?" They'll want like bread fry, samosa, and all that, because that time they're feeling little hungry. It's 2:33. They've, their lunch has been digested. It's 4 in the afternoon. Like people are getting little hungry. They've said fruit and all, which has come, but now people don't want fruit. So in the long term, people are saying we want to be really healthy, but in the short run, when actually you're confronted with eating the fruit, people are like, "Are kuch fried le aao," and then samosas are got and people are eating it and all. I always tell them, I'm like, you guys are classic agents. I mean, I do experiments on people like you, like my colleagues. I always tell them that. Anyway, so any questions up to now? I've been talking for, oh my God, almost 45 minutes. Please, if you any questions, please ask. I have more to talk about, but anything? Nobody has any questions? Whatever you want to ask, I'm open to any questions about any related areas. Don't ask me questions about time series macro and all that. Is I don't remember a lot of things about. Okay, if there are no questions, I'll move on. Okay, okay, this is the one that I was referring to, which has been codified, which is heavily in the work of Adam Smith, David Ricardo.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, go ahead. Please ask.
Sir, this is Raman sir from Andhra Pradesh.
Ask.
Regarding behavioral economics, what I learned from you is very good, sir. But what my doubt is, so this behavior depends upon the beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
So beliefs are different from nation to nation, country to country.
Correct.
So then, how come we studied demand function of Western countries in Indian context? Is it rational, sir?
I think this is you have raised a very good point, very good question. So let me try to answer that question. Yes, this idea that the preferences are the same in Andhra Pradesh and Timbuktu. This is not correct. We need more specific, uh, demand functions. We need to model demand on more local things. We can't use, so, for example, using theories from Europe to talk about Indian preferences is wrong. We have done it so long because textbooks only have it. But I
Yes.
agree completely with you. There is no way, if you use those predictive tools, you are not going to get any prediction. And in fact, that's what, if you read the work of Abhijit Banerjee and Esther Duflo, this is what they say, that we have used theories from the global north on this global south for the last, ever since economics became an analytical discipline. And it has actually led us to ruin. It has ruined us actually, because we have taken theories from the global north, which northern people follow, and then we have not mutated it in any way. I am not against this. I'm not making some nationalist argument. Oh, हमारा देश का अच्छा है, वो हार्वर्ड खराब है, हमारा JNU अच्छा है, whatever. I'm not making these dumb claims. What I'm saying is, any theory, if you get from another population or a population group, you have to modify it to local conditions. Unfortunately, the economics textbook does not do that. Hopefully, people like me and other some of my students and some of my colleagues in this country are going to write some textbooks in the future which change that. So that is true. You are right. Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So going on, very good question. I think you guys should be the change agents. You're all teachers. We're all colleagues here. So you should actually look into all of this and teach a new generation of students who learn a more enriched economics. Even for a minute, I'm not saying what textbook ko phek do. This is not what I'm saying. Like, a lot of people think I'm coming here to do some activism. Throw the textbook away. No, 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 don't throw anything away. I don't believe anything should be thrown away like this, but I believe that things can be enriched, and that is what my game is, to enrich things. Okay. Next thing, other regarding preferences.
Sir,
That means we care about others. Yes. Go ahead. Another
sir,
question.
sir, academics comes under humanities. Academics
I,
itself is academics is a medium, a psychological behavior, psychological behavior of academic behavior, academic studies,
sorry, I
psychological
can't.
behavior, personally comes under humanities, and we are studying the behavior since ancient time, but in recent times, got its importance because of no
I'm
discipline.
not being able to hear you correctly. I'm
Sir,
sorry.
sir,
हाँ
is it
बोलिए.
is it
It's
audible, sir?
no, it's cutting out. It's coming like I'm missing some words you're saying.
Economics comes under humanities. We have studied
Yeah,
humanities. That means economics is a subject of studying behavior of economic behavior of individuals. And since the many of the things and principles are related to human behavior in economic aspects. So, what is the need of study, especially about behavioral economics? And I think it is got its importance because of Nobel Prize received in behavioral economics recently.
you're breaking up. I can't hear, but I think what I heard a little bit was, what is the point of studying this old style economics, right? That's what you're asking.
Yes.
I think that's a very good question actually, and the reason we study the old style is because we need a benchmark. Remember, economics is a discipline that is not concerned so much with trying to get it right in terms of behavior. We are more interested in generality than we are in fit. Like, as long as we get an average fit, which is 60%, we don't care anymore. So the whole idea is, how do we do it simply? So to answer the last person's question also was the same thing, that these very simplistic demand function, the thing is, that's very general. So somewhere in economics, we lost this specificity, trying to find out curiosity about how people behave. And we wanted to get some general picture. So, and elegance. This was when I'm a theorist, okay? My PhD was in game theory and industrial organization. The whole idea was get out local influences and make it completely generalizable. Unfortunately, when you get generalizable, then to quote Abhijit Banerjee, you end up becoming like an astrologer. Your prediction becomes very bad because you're using a very, very generalized model to predict specific outcomes. Am I making sense, sir?
Yes.
If you can send me your question later on as an email, I can give you more detailed answer. Okay.
Okay, sir. Yes.
Thank you so much. Let me continue actually. Okay. So, social preferences include altruism, warm glow, reciprocity, spite, adherence to social norms, which someone said beliefs. Yes, so yes. So beliefs are take the form of social norms. Our strong social beliefs of how we should try to be, how society should try to be, how our neighbor should try to be, how our prime minister should try to be. All of this is important. These are all beliefs that we have and norms that we set for ourselves, and the beliefs about norms in society. All of that come into our decision making. So we have reference dependence not only with ourselves, but also everybody around us. If I'm going to eat at a big restaurant in Delhi and I see a poor person on the road, I swear my enjoyment of the meal goes down. And I think that is true for most of you. If you're a human being with a normally working empathy system, if you have your frontal cortex working properly, in conjunction with your midbrain, you are going to look at that and feel unhappy. And it will lower your utility. So I maybe economics imagines an agent who can enjoy their food after seeing people hungry outside, but most of us cannot do it. That's a very special economic agent. He probably doesn't exist. He or she, in theory, she only exists in the fantasy of a textbook. So this is something that we are reference dependent with respect to people around us. We are concerned about their level of wealth or their station of life with respect to ours. And I find that, for example, I've taught both in IIMs as well as in place like JNU. And I find that because in JNU we have many, many more children who are coming from poorer homes because we give deprivation points. So there's many, many students from villages in Andhra Pradesh, villages in West Bengal, and there are also students from St. Stephen's College and all these top colleges in Delhi, and who come from rich homes in South Delhi or South Bombay. And I can tell you one thing is that these people behave differently because now around them are people who are different from them, and they are aware of that. And I think it softens them and modifies them compared to a business school crowd, which I have taught in before, where almost everybody comes from an equalized background because you need some money to do the cat coaching and come to business school and things like that. So even the rich people in JNU will behave differently from the rich people in IIM Bangalore. And IIM Ahmedabad and Bangalore are the two IIMs I've taught in. So I'm aware of this. There's a difference. And this difference is because we are not agents in isolation. This is what economic theory and the Chicago School forgot about. I think in their, I don't know, there maybe in white societies there's rampant individualism to that level. But I feel in particularly for societies in the global south, this rampant individualism is not the correct way of how agents behave. In fact, now we are coming up with concepts like I frame and S frame. These are two ways of looking at human decision making. I frame is the standard traditional economics and traditional behavioral economics, which looks at the behavior of an agent and looks at his behavior in isolation. I feel that for societies in the global south, like India, like societies in Southeast Asia, all of that, we don't function as individuals. We function as collectives. So hence we work in the S frame. S stands for societal frame. And so our decision making components are not individual, they are often social. Now, elections are coming, for example, in India. And those of you who believe that individually voters can be swayed to do things, they're talking nonsense. Like most modern psephologists will tell you that you don't move individuals, you move communities. Hence, if you look at campaigning of our various politicians, they are trying to move societal indicators. Individual ko karne se there is no real advantage, because we don't exist in global south societies as individuals, and this rampant individualism may work in Sweden, Norway, Finland, where with the population of Sweden is less than the population of Delhi. Okay, so in those societies, maybe individuals are important, but our society is teeming with people. The correct metric is not individualism. It is societal beliefs, it's societal norms. That's the way we interact. And these are, I mean, the reason some of you might be thinking, why is this guy saying all this? Why is this? Because we have never had Indian people doing work like this. We have always had Indian people working with Western theories, but we have never had people trying to develop conceptions in the global south. And if we have had people like this, it's often been rubbished by the global north. And today I feel, with the internet, with the power of the internet, all of that, I think some of us are being very clear about that. We function differently from the global north. And that doesn't mean I don't agree with global. I'm not making a nationalist argument, please understand. I'm not saying that, oh, India is better, we are always better. All these arguments are meaningless arguments. What I'm trying to say is that there is a difference and divergence in thought process that is there in India. And I feel, particularly in a country like India, other regarding preferences are very, very important, because we live in tight communities where we observe each other's behavior very, very sharply in a way that people don't in the United States of America, for example. I lived in America. My house, I could like not meet anybody ever, because everybody lived very far away from each other. Like compared to the number of people, the landmass is much bigger. So people, except if you're dirt poor, then you live in bastis, American versions of slums, where people live, Hispanic and black people live close together. But if you earn salary like a white person and you work in a company or you teach in a big university, you will typically live completely isolated from other people. So in that culture, I can imagine individual points of view will be important. But in our society, where we are constantly dealing with neighbors, colleagues, people around us, I think having this completely individual, non-reference dependent model of utility is not correct. So in other words, what this model of utility says, this is another model of utility, is that we react not just to our own wealth level, we also react to the wealth level of people around us. So, for example, if I am very rich and I live around very poor people, that wealth difference is going to make me behave differently than if I lived in an equated wealth environment. How does it make me feel different? Now that depends. In a positive sense, of course, it could make me more giving, more altruistic. That if I am richer but everybody around me is poor, I will feel bad for them and I will be much more compassionate. But maybe I won't be compassionate. I find in India, sometimes living around poor people makes you view what is called status threat, and the richer people feel like the poor are going to attack them, so they become more you know nasty to people around them. So what the behavioral outcome is not clear. That varies from situation to situation. So this creates a problem, as this sir was saying right now a few minutes ago, that we don't have a unified theory anymore. So this is something that is very scary for my theory colleagues is that we don't have a unified theory. And I always tell them, I'm like, the days of the unified theory is over, guys. Move on. No more unified theory that explains behavior in Russia, India, Africa, Australia. This is all very old fashioned. It's still there in textbooks, but we are different. That's what I think. Okay. Finally, uh, we always thought market exchange does not have psychological factors. So this is something that particularly the Chicago school and people like Milton Friedman and other evil people, of the 50s and 60s tried to convince us. Market bana do or kuch ka hai nahi. Market will always clear. Market will always do what is efficient. Market will. It's all nonsense. It has been proved time and time again. Markets are inefficient. They don't clear half the time. They lead to horrible, unfavorable outcomes. They change the notion of what the good is being traded. So that's another interesting thing, that if you read the work of, there's a very famous a philosopher in Harvard, analytical philosopher called Michael Sandel, Sandel. He has some amazing work on how if you marketize a society, you are changing the very nature of the good. You are, so he said that markets have two problems, not one. The one problem, of course, is the classic one that leftist type departments in JNU and all that say have not create karega, market में digital divide बन जाएगा, have haves बनेगा, have nots are there. But he said there's also another issue of what is called corruption. That is, the moment you marketize things that should not be marketized, you are actually changing the very nature of the good. So, for example, a lot of systems, if you're just going to give a fine and you're going to say, "Okay, you've killed people, your fine is like 5 crores. Oh, you've just hurt him. Okay, your fine is 2 lakhs." If you make such systems of punishment which are marketizing kind of then you'll get people who are situating themselves and doing all kinds of miscreant activity and just situating them with their willingness to pay. So markets have a very dangerous aspect of moment you think that everything is within bounds and has a price. This is now actually altering our morality. And that is what a lot of newer theorists and psychologists and philosophers in the 21st century, this is not there in the 20th century also, in this century are thinking that this rampant understanding of everything has a price, everything can be marketized, is nonsense. Is actually led us to like it's a civilizational blow. It has led our civilization to collapse. And the more we get into this idea that everything has a price, everything can be marketized, the more harm we are doing to future generations. So this is what I always tell my students. I'm like, if you think markets are efficient, you are just so wrong. And so wrong on so many counts, not just this standard have and have not. Yeah, it's a rationing tool. That's what you read. All my Marxist colleagues say all this. But what they fail to notice, even my Marxist colleagues who are so anti-market, is that they don't understand that a main problem with markets is they change the nature of the good that is being traded, often converting moral incentives into marketized incentives. Like the moment you start marketizing essential things like water, like things which medical systems are marketized, you see poor are dying everywhere around us because we suddenly allowed the healthcare system to be completely carried away by a few unscrupulous people who are charging huge amounts of money. These cannot be provided in full, and I'm not, again, I cannot be, it's impossible to be anti marketization. It is here to stay for good. So I'm not even going to say cancel all that. You can't. But I think somewhere down the line, these markets need to be regulated. They need to be regulated by people's mandate. Because if they are not regulated by people's mandate, you are going to lead to a lot of people getting hurt. And that is the absolute truth. So this idea that markets somehow just make psychological factors cease to matter, This is not at all true. And one person who actually noticed it was John Maynard Keynes, believe it or not. He may have been one of the first behavioral economists, without calling it behavior. And he always said the workings of the stock market are like a casino. It's like you are trying to finance an economy with gambling and casino. He had the lowest opinion of equity. He said that, and things like what we call today portfolio investment and all that, which comes in, disrupts things and leaves. So he said capitalism is very destructive, and we can't alter that. Capital flows. As long as there is capitalism, there will be capital. We can regulate it, because unregulated capitalism is akin to going and using your money like a casino to run your economy. Not my words. John Maynard Keynes, one of the most famous economists ever, and he was I would think of one of the first behavioral economists who talked about human behavior, and he talked about certain animal spirits, and he said these need to be tempered by regulation, because if you allow them to get out of hand, people get hurt and people lose money. And he was in fact referring to the depression and the financial crisis of the 30s. And that is exactly what happened to the first financial crisis of the 21st century, is that we allowed it all to get away. We did not regulate things, and many people we are still paying the price of that financial crisis, and we are setting up more financial crises. So another one is coming. That's my prediction. I mean, I'm not like, in maybe 10 years, maybe sooner than that, 7 or 8 years, we are heading towards another very strong financial crisis. I mean, I'm sorry to say this. I mean, these are like bad predictions, and I hope it doesn't come true. But I think all indications are looking like it's going to come true. Okay. So please read the work of Robert Schiller, work of Stiglitz. All of this is there. I'm happy to send you all these papers if you guys are interested. Okay. So a big example of the mess up of markets is, of course, created this field of behavioral finance. Now, today, we don't think markets are so efficient anymore. We think they're strongly subject to behavioral parameters which affect the functioning and outcomes of these markets. So specifically, we have US housing market bubble. Uh, Keynes called actually the stock market as how speculators' decision on stock markets are guided by expectations. So expectations is an interesting word. What Keynes was talking about today, we talk about as derivatives. Those of you who don't know what derivatives are, they are really evil instruments that are created by the financial system. Is their second order financial instruments. That is, you have a first order financial instrument, which are typically equity, which is you break up the value of a company into small units and you circulate those units. Shareholders buy these units, they trade it amongst each other, increasing its price, lowering its price, obviously, hopefully, depending on the market capitalization. So the market cap of a company should be the sum of those for markets to be efficient, the market capitalization of all that equity should be equal to the value of the company. If it is not, if the market cap is much higher, then you have overvalued companies. Okay, and so already the situation is a little complicated, okay, because you have overvaluing, undervaluing, misinformation, no information, wrong information. On top of this, you are now doing, you're creating in terms of expectations, which are derivatives. You are now chopping up those, combining those units and chopping it up into new units, and you're selling them to people. Like you have a mortgage, which is an instrument. So people have mortgages, these are traded, etc., etc. Now you take a few mortgages and you break them, you combine them into another instrument, and you have a second instrument indexed on the first instrument. Now if the first instrument is not properly verified, sanctified, or the second instrument has no chance, it has no predictive power at all. And that's what's going on in the world. We have chaining of derivatives, Markov chains of derivatives and all that. This is completely evil. It is just meant to cause disruption to the financial system. I think the best thing we can do for financial systems is to really regulate second order financial systems. Keynes talked about it in the 40s, and it's almost 2040, okay? And we human race has still not managed to do it, okay? It's 2024. Keynes talked about it in 1947, okay, that we need to manage expectations over expectations. Okay, so let's keep moving. Okay. Finally, the principle in theory limiting people's choices could partially protect them from their behavioral biases, but in practice, heavy handed paternalism has a mixed track record and is often unpopular. So, this is one behavioral approach that a lot of people have embraced. Niti Aayog of India is now conducting all kinds of nudge interventions and all of that, and at the basis of it, if you can call it nudge theory, which is like a big word, but what it's trying to say is that we oftentimes, using heavy-handed, prescription, you know, like banning things, and these also don't work very well. So a good example is our justice system, where just increasing the amount of punishment is not making people any more honest. So this idea that human beings are, we have to be interested in expanding the scope of paternalistic policies beyond material rewards, punishments, prohibitions, taxes, subsidies, and these tools have not worked very well, unfortunately. And what a lot of us modern behavioral economists say is that these need to be augmented with a certain amount of training, with a certain amount of suggestion that is given to them, to explain to people what these instruments can be. Because if you're just working in terms of economic incentives, they are often things people don't embrace. So Kaushik Basu said a very interesting thing. He said that a few years ago, when he gave a talk which I attended, and he said that there are all kinds of norms, and if your laws are so heavy-handed that they don't coincide with the norms, people will reject them over time. So you need these soft features to be integrated in with hard economics. And the most important soft feature of this type of economics takes the form of what is called non-paternalistic things. So what is called libertarian paternalism. This is an interesting word. That means we are concerned, we are paternalistic, but we are not enforcing. We are telling people, look, do this for your own good. So, what would those take the form of? It would take the form of what we call behavioral interventions. I'm currently doing a behavioral intervention, helping the Niti with Zashoka people, where we are going actually to villages and things and telling people how to purify their water. I mean, we're not just giving them subsidy to buy water filter. We are also trying to train them that what could happen in implications. Showing them all of that. This, for some reason, economics felt was not necessary. We can just give some subsidy. We can just give some tax. ये करोगे तो tax बन जाएगा. Like, people don't care. People don't understand. So they go and do some funny stuff. Like, you have to tell them that, listen, what you are doing, you are actually harming yourself and you're harming society. Change your behavior. Oftentimes, when you do that in conjunction with the economic principle that you do, often has much better result, because people don't often obey economic incentives when they're just imposed on them. This is something that you have to understand. This is something that modern governance needs to understand, particularly relevant for a populous, poor country like India. It works in Sweden. Maybe you can just enforce everybody is educated up to a point, everybody understands everything, and they're going to obey whatever it is. In our case, with differential education levels, with a whole lot of other factors which are not aligned, you cannot do this without a certain measure of nudging people. So these would be, in the last decade, behavioral policy recommendations have tilted towards nudges, which recommend or facilitate certain behaviors without removing option or the freedom to choose. Okay, so and these are often very, these could take the form of altering default. So a very classic example of a nudge is an opt out instead of an opt in. So what they found was that in a study with a US company, Madrian and Shea, these guys, which could be actually the first empirical study of behavioral economics, actually this study 1985, or then this 2001 study actually is from the 80s. The data is from the 80s. So what they had, a company in which everybody invested very little in their provident fund, like 5%. So people are like, what is going on? So Richard Thaler and people were asked this, that how do we change this? Like, how do we make people invest more? So a lot of things were put in educating people about investment, such like, but it didn't make a difference. Then they found out that it was very simple. What was going on was that people had an opt in instead of an opt out. So human beings are prone to what are called mental inertia. We, if you give us an option, we will take it. हम लोग change नहीं करेंगे. So now what they did was they altered that opt in from 5% to 35% of saving of their salary, and they found a lot of, and giving people the option to change back to 5%, etc. They didn't force people, and they found once they changed the opt-in to 30%, people invested 30%. So human beings, because of our daily lives, I guess, the stress of leading life, we often are not analytical with all of this. So we don't think very much before making. We have what is called behavioral inertia. So if you can, so this company managed to leverage people's behavioral inertia by changing the amount that they could invest for their own retirement. So for example, in JNU, in central government, we have a certain percentage and we have to pay that. Trust me, if you told me, acha aap invest karo, jo amount, I would not even get there. I would invest the most minimum amount. But the government has already done it for me. It has set the default. I have not moved from the default. I'm an economist. Okay. So I have never moved from that default. So you have to be a little clever with policy. It doesn't work. Human agents are not perfect foresight. They don't have not perfectly rational. You have to work with their irrationalities a little bit. So nudge theory and all of that allows us to conceive of a more realistic economic agent who is not like that perfect textbook figure that we teach to our students. And that realism allows us to govern better. Okay, so that's the whole idea behind it. So nudges are not again to replace traditional economic assumptions. The traditional economic principles should be there. Nudges are to augment it, to help it function, and I'm involved with a lot of them. So these are things that I do myself by what are called behavioral interventions. These are becoming very popular, and in the next, like, over decade, I will probably be involved in doing many more of them. Okay, so I'm going to stop now. This was in short a few key concepts that I wanted to talk about. Any questions in the last? I think I have about 10 minutes. Please go ahead and ask. I can give you guys another lecture another day if you guys are interested in learning more. The online format works, and I have much more material. So any questions today before I wind up? I will share this PowerPoint if you guys need to, and you can address questions to me or by email, and I'm happy to I'm happy to, like, answer all your questions. Okay, so I don't know if there are no questions, I will sign off today. Um, Anybody, thank you very much for being a very attentive audience. And again, the floor is open. If you have any questions, I think everybody's getting hungry. It's like lunchtime. Go ahead.
Sir, in markets, there's no place for behavioral techniques. What you have said, sir. In markets,
Can you use another microphone? You're breaking up, like you're giving, like I'm hearing parts of the words.
markets, rationally makes an important behavioral aspects. What you have said. Rationality
Hmm.
is an important role in markets. What you have said, sir. And it means there is no much influence of behavior as far as markets are concerned.
Markets are concerned because you can spread misinformation. So a big issue with markets are that, we thought they were very efficient, but you can now, particularly in this era, spread misinformation to make them go in one direction or the other direction. So before it was thought that markets are like a system. So we can have irrational agents here and there, but overall, over millions and millions of people, it will even out and it will be efficient. That is the idea behind what is called the efficient markets hypothesis, or EFH, which is proposed by someone called Eugene Fama at the University of Chicago. Um, but so it says that it's like a system. Imagine a system in physics, a system in science, that we have irrational agents here and there, but over the entire system, the agents, it all evens out, the positive and the negative even out. But this is not true, because groups of buyers and sellers can be influenced by with action, with certain types of action, which can make outcomes really go in another direction. So markets are not as efficient as we previously thought they were.
Sir, you have explained about first order instruments of financial markets and second order instruments of financial markets. Can you specify the first order and second order instruments?
The first order things are like equity, standard first order equity, breaking up your company value into many shares and selling them to people. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
So taking the mortgage, for example, and creating a simple mortgage fund, which people are now. If you take many mortgage funds and you create a big mortgage fund and you chop those up into units, and then it's linked to the first mortgage fund, and then people take that and chop it up into further units, until you have chaining of derivatives to the point that it has no resemblance in probability with the first order instrument. That's what I meant.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
We are from the NRCs from Shakwa. Not checking as part of it. Chiranjeevi Gopinath, economic lecturer in GDC R, GDC economics.
I can't
Sir.
hear you properly. Sorry.
So you get me?
No, you're breaking up. Just this mic is not. Go ahead again. I'll just raise the volume also. I can't.
Can you hear me, sir?
No, it's very unclear. Can you type your question in some way on the computer?
Getting one. So I'm going to put up time for you. I'm going to ask these questions. Okay, sir. So we are going to thank you from the NRC Visakhapatnam, GDC movement, and as well as from the CC of the government of this. So you have given a thrown light on the behavioral economics from the traditional as well as the new behavioral economics. Some of the points you have raised here are from the behavioral aspects of the basic principles of the standard economics.
as well as the new changes of the behavior in the academic agents, the new era of the technology. So individual as well as the group behavior is what decides the academic agents behavior in the new academic scenarios. So in general, you are totally we take on the subject and we are all related about the behavioral activities in the new aspects and the new technological area of, especially in the IT, ICT era. So you are given a with such a lecture and give a brief about the behavioral activities from the traditional to the new. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your good thoughts shared in the CPT presentation to the JLU as a experience, especially as your students. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. A lovely audience. Thank you so much. I've enjoyed giving my talk. If you guys want me to talk again, I'm happy to do it on another day. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. With this,
Ah,
we end this session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for having me. Okay.
I request all NRCs, please join immediately. Madam is online. Good afternoon, madam. Welcome to Training of Trainers program.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, madam. I request Vizag NRC, please introduce madam.
Welcome everyone. This is Subhashri from NRC GHC Visakhapatnam. It's my pleasure to introduce Madam Rekha Chakravarti, Professor at the National Institute of Public Finance and Policy. She is an elected member of the Board of Management at the International Institute of Public Finance. It is the World Association of Public Finance Economists very wonder. It's a specific organization method, Public Finance Economists. Her areas of interest are macroeconomics of public finance, fiscal federalism, climate financing, extractive sector economics, financing, human development, and budgeting. She is the recipient of India's first PhD thesis award for the International of Social Science in Bangalore. Fiscal policy for sustainable development in Asia Pacific. Gender budgeting in India are the latest books here. With this brief introduction, I invite Madam on behalf of all NRCs of AP to this last online session of online session. Welcome, Madam. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Madam, if time permits, please let me know what is the gist of climate finance also. I heard for the first time. Climate financing is one of the area of interest. If time permits only, madam. Thank you.
Sure, I will do that. Everything is fine. I'm clear.
Clear, madam.
Okay. Thank you so much for inviting me. I have a PowerPoint presentation, but somehow I am unable to load it here. So I'm sending you by email. Okay. You can share with the participants. Um, am I clear? Can you hear me? No? Hello? Can you hear me?
Madam.
Okay. You can hear me. Okay. So in today's presentation on, economic development and gender, I would like to ask two specific questions. The first question is related to the macroeconomic policy framework within a fiscal federal setup, whether we have enough fiscal space within the fiscal federal setup to look into the gender equality outcomes. Second, if there is no entry point within the macroeconomic policy framework, either the monetary or the fiscal policy framework, what could be the public financial management tool or a specific policy innovation like gender budgeting can be used to increase the gender equality outcomes? So these are the two specific questions I would like to ask today. And the roadmap of my presentation is, first, I will talk to you about the measurement issues related to the gender outcome. Then I will take you through designing the specific policy innovations for the gender equality outcomes, integrating the care economy concerns and the systems of national accounts. Let's begin with the macro fiscal framework. You can understand that we have to face intertemporal budget constraints. So within the intertemporal budget constraints, what is the entry point for the matters related to gender outcomes or gender budgeting? On the top of that, we have fiscal rules. It is articulated that a country needs to maintain the threshold ratio of deficits in order to operate the fiscal policy concerns. And in India, the threshold ratio of the fiscal deficit to GDP was maneuvered at 3% of GDP. And right now, in the post-pandemic fiscal space, it is 3.5% for the subnational governments. For the national government, we have shooted it up even beyond 6%. Now, for the subnational governments, the fiscal deficit to GDP can be up to 3.5% with 0.5 extra borrowing space linked to the power sector reforms undertaken. So we need to talk about the gender related, financial development related public expenditure decisions within the fiscal rules framework. And another important point to be noted is we need to maintain the revenue deficit to GDP at zero. So how to phase out the revenue deficit? You should have the the revenue receipts and the revenue expenditure to be equal. In the sense, what we borrow will entirely go for financing the capex spending. So that's the way. This is about the fiscal consolidation. When we talk about the financing of human development or the financing of gender related human development, we need to operate that within the fiscal consolidation framework. And now, how to reach the fiscal consolidation framework? Either we need to reduce the expenditure, and expenditure cuts can have adverse macroeconomic consequences. The other way is to increase the tax buoyancy. So the path towards fiscal consolidation is through the expenditure compression or expenditure cut than the tax buoyancy route. Then you will face consequences in terms of economic growth recovery process and also in terms of the human development concerns. So here the question of unobserved variables is also on the board, in the sense how we are treating the output gap and the price expectations when we talk about the monetary policy stance. So we are slowly unpacking the macroeconomics framework in order to integrate a gender lens. So we are going to unpack the fiscal rules and the monetary policy rules. Let's do the monetary part first. After the new monetary policy framework envisioned for India in February 2016, the price stability is the entire concern of
Madam, excuse me, madam.
Yeah, tell
Sorry
me.
for the interruption. Screen not displaying, madam. PPT not displaying, madam.
Yeah, I am finding some problem in sharing the screen. If I give you my PPT after the lecture, will it be fine? Because I won't be doing equations in my presentation. It will be just talking. So right away, I will forward you my mail containing the
Okay.
PPT. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Thank you, madam.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will do that. Because my PPT is not opening. I don't know why. If I sent you, will you be able to operate it from your end? Is it possible for you to help me to operate from your end, my PPT? No.
We will try, madam. We will try.
Madam, you can send to CC, madam. Your share.
Okay, I'm then forwarding. Can you quickly give me your email address in my WhatsApp? I will copy paste and send it to you right across. Sending me? We are troubleshooting now. Bear with us, just 5 minutes. One moment. Have you received? Shubha ma'am, I send it to your WhatsApp. Okay. Shubha ma'am, you received my PPT? Received?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Okay, okay. So you're,
We
yeah,
will
you-
try to open.
sure, sure, sure. Okay, okay.
You continue, madam.
Okay, I will just wait for 2 minutes. You can open it and then it will be easy. Can you see my screen right now?
Yes, yes, madam.
Oh, great. Okay, is it moving?
Yes, madam.
Oh, this is wonderful. Okay, so let me go out of my. Okay, now it is fine. Can you hear me? Everything is fine? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, madam.
Oh, great. And my screen is also visible. Wonderful. Okay, okay. So now the slide is about the research questions because I am unable to see you. Now there is only one screen open before me. So is it showing the research questions?
Yes, madam.
Hello? Research questions and my voice is loud and clear?
Yes, madam.
Okay, great. Let's go. So the two research questions I would like to ask you are the following. Uh, has macroeconomic policy framework within a federal fiscal setup constrained the gender equality outcomes? The second question is, can specific policy innovations like gender budgeting lead to increases in gender equality. And the slide roadmap of my presentation is given in this slide. First, I will try to talk to you about how to design, the specific policy innovations for the gender equality outcomes by integrating the care economy in the systems of national accounts. Then I will try to talk to you about how to measure the fiscal innovation processes and gender outcomes. Now, let's begin with the macro fiscal framework. You know that we have to operate within the intertemporal budget constraints. So within the intertemporal budget constraints, how we need to pitch the human development. So that's a question we need to ask. And here we know that in our country, we have to face the fiscal rules. Like, in Maastricht Treaty or in India, in the beginning, the fiscal rules was like to maintain a threshold ratio of the deficits to 3% of GDP. The fiscal deficit to GDP should be within the 3% limit. Now, at the state government's level, it has been increased to 3.5%. And this is about the fiscal consolidation path. And if the path towards fiscal consolidation is done through expenditure compression, the public expenditure compression, that tax buoyancy path, then the fiscal consolidation's quality will suffer because austerity measures or expenditure cut will have adverse consequences in terms of financing human development and also in terms of growth recovery process. But the tax buoyancy route is pretty good because if it increases the taxes, both the direct and indirect taxes, then the fiscal consolidation path's quality will not suffer because we are doing that 3% fiscal deficit via tax buoyancy route. Now, let's unpack the macro fiscal framework on the monetary side and on the fiscal side. Let's begin with RBI. So within the new monetary policy framework of RBI, RBI is supposed to look into only the price stability, and that is on the basis of an inflation targeting framework. And you know that within the inflation targeting framework, in that Tyler's rule or whatever you call it, in that framework, you have three specific macroeconomic variables. One, of course, your nominal anchor of inflation envisioned for a country. In India, that in our case, the envisioned that anchor is like 4%. And that's the way we envisioned. Now, if you look into the inflationary expectations is an unobserved variable. So we have floated expectations to capture that. If you ask me if we have applied a gender lens to capture the expectations survey, of course, no. And now, the deviation of inflation from inflationary expectations is one important component. The second important component is the output gap. That is the gap between the potential output and the actual output. Potential output is again unobserved variable. How to capture that? So we use econometric methodology to capture the potential output by using the filters. And it is just like you take the GDP series, you take out the cyclical components of the GDP series and call the trend component as the potential. And output gap is the difference between the trend and the actual and the potential. That is the output gap. Output gap is the difference between your potential GDP and the actual GDP, where the potential GDP is an unobserved variable. So if you ask me whether we have started incorporating a gender lens into these macroeconomic policy framework, of course not. The way we envisioned the potential GDP is also questionable because the systems of national accounts does not take into consideration a major part of the statistically invisible economy, which we call as care economy. So your potential GDP is not potential GDP, because that is based on the 8 hours of monetized work you are doing in the market sector. So this 24 hours minus 8 hours, we are doing work, which is a macroeconomic activity, which is not monetized and it's not measured, not counted. So that's the way it is. So we need to unpack this macroeconomic policy frameworks to integrate the gender lens. So that's the case with RBI. No central bank governor has started speaking about applying a gender lens within the monetary policy reaction function. Same story about the fiscal rules. But over the years, things have been better, that we started talking about specific public financial management tools like gender budgeting when it comes to the macro fiscal policy framework. So that's a good, that's an advancement and that's good. Now, in my next slide, I talked about the specific policy tools for gender equality or the specific fiscal innovation. Why I'm doing this? Because within the macroeconomic policy framework, within the rules-based policy framework on monetary and fiscal policy, we are unable to apply a gender lens within the macro fiscal or macro monetary framework. So when your macroeconomic policy framework is rigid, it is important to innovate fiscal tools, the public financial management tools to address the gender equality questions. Then comes the importance of gender budgeting. Gender budgeting is a fiscal innovation, and that's for ensuring or tackling the gender equality concerns, inequality concerns by integrating a care economy. So this is like we need to identify the different stages of the fiscal innovation process, because any innovation pass through major phases. Like the first phase is you need to apply a knowledge network or a specific model to a country, because gender budgeting models differ across countries. So you need to apply a specific model when it comes to the gender budgeting of your country. One moment. And, in the beginning of the innovation, while doing the model, we need to ask an important question. I mentioned about the macroeconomic framework's rigidity. The second is the macroeconomic paradigm is based on economic growth. So, for talking about gender equality concerns, we need to move the macroeconomic paradigm to beyond GDP paradigm. In simple terms, when you apply this question empirically, you need to ask the question whether the growth, economic growth, that's getting translated into better gender outcomes or better human development outcomes, or you need to design conscious public expenditure designs to tackle the gender equality concerns. So we have done a cross-country model, and this model can also be replicated for panel data analysis across states over time within India as well. So we need to ask the question and look into the coefficients of economic growth and public expenditure decisions. And prima facie, we assume that the coefficients of economic growth and public expenditure variables will be positive, but the coefficients will be relatively greater in case of public expenditure decisions. That means the economic growth and the public expenditure decisions both are important to translate into better human development outcomes. But public expenditure decisions and conscious public policies have got better role to play than the economic growth per se. So that's the research question we are trying to address. So the cross-country models, the coefficients we got, and you can take a look into the work by Janet Stotsky of IMF, and I have worked with her. We have a paper in IMF. We asked this question: what really matters for gender outcomes in education sector, in labor force participation, etc. And the results showed that gender budgeting at the sub-state level, at the subnational levels, have got a positive role in reducing the gender disparity in education. It is outcome linked. And another study, in addition to Janet Stotsky's and my study at IMF, in addition to this study, there is another study by University of California looking into the question of public expenditure, specifically gender budgeting and violence against women. And they found an inverse relationship between the gender budgeting and violence against women. In the sense, when state machinery supports women, then the violence against women it reduces. It's an inverse relationship. Then, within the governmental fiscal transfers, we talk about finance commissions. Within the intergovernmental fiscal transfers, we need to ask the question whether there is a relationship between the conditional grants incorporating a gender lens or an unconditional grant incorporating the gender lens and the gender outcomes. And this Janet Stotsky, myself, and Piyush Gandhi of IMF, not IMF, Oxford University, we have done a paper related to the IGFT, intergovernmental fiscal transfers, and the results we have got, that is an outcome-linked gender budgeting process. We got that, higher the fiscal transfers, mainly unconditional transfers, lower will be the disparity in the gender outcomes across gender, in education, in the disparities across men and women in the education outcomes. So these are the questions we have asked empirically using the econometric models. So here, by identifying the institutional processes, we have a fiscal fiat and we have a legal fiat. And fiscal fiat, as I mentioned, we need to look into the elements of the budget where it is adaptable through the gender lens. And fiscal fiat, of course, you know that there are a lot of legislations and matrices to ensure gender equality outcomes. So we need to construct proper gender outcome variables and we need to quantify the gender budgeting processes to undertake this, econometric analysis. Now, let me talk to you about the measuring issues. When we do this econometric model, first we need to have a proxy for gender outcome. And gender development index is a very handy proxy to capture the gender outcomes. Another important variable is a gender inequality index. So what exactly is gender development index? It uses the same variables captured in the Human Development Index. And you can take a look into the Human Development Index technical notes in the UN reports. And that index takes, three important dimensions of human development. One is education, the other is health, and the third is income. So gender development index usually, uses the same variables as the human development index, but it adjusts them according to the country's degree of disparity in the achievement across genders. So under GDI, average value of each of the component variables is substituted with an equally distributed equivalent achievement. And what exactly is a equally distributed equivalent achievement? It's nothing but harmonic mean, where you can give a weight to the population. So we use the harmonic mean. And in the paper or the book I sent to Shubha ma'am already, that contains a chapter in detail about this measurement issues. You can take a look into that. So that's about the equally distributed equivalent methodology. It was put forward by Amartya Sen and Sudhir Anand. And that basic paper also, you can take a look, to understand how the penalty to inequality is given in the index. Now comes the question of how to capture the non-SNA component of economic activity. I mentioned that GDP, that is based on 8 hours of the work you do in the market economy. But If you look, in home, in community, we do a lot of work. It is unpaid, it is unmonetized. But by ILO definition, work is a work. And we need to capture the statistical invisibility of this care economy. How to go about that? Systems of national accounts, they that's a basis for the GDP calculation, right? So they use only the monetized economic activities. So in 1993, United Nations Statistical Division has taken a decision to extend this production boundary in order to integrate the statistically invisible, care economy components. And the final category of non-SNA is that we are not trying to quantify or capture the non-SNA, non-systems of national account activities like third-party delegation. Like you cannot apply a third-party delegation to those activities. Like I cannot ask you to love my child on your behalf. I cannot sleep on your behalf. So there are many components which are not economic activity when you tackle the chronology of the time within the 24 hours. So we are only talking about 8 hours market work, 24 minus 8, excluding the personal activities, which we call as extended SNA activities based on 1993 SNA. And non-SNA, we are not trying to capture or compute or measure. So that's the way it is. Now, let's get into the non-market time in data. You understand that it is a hard to price category. So how to get into this hard to price category? What is the methodology? Because if I am a policymaker, to get the economic growth and welfare of my country, I need to look into the allocation and efficiency of the non-market time. If I am confining my analysis just to the 8 hours market economy, then the overall economic well-being or the welfare or the economic growth of the country will be just incomplete or partial. So, measuring care economy using the input method, the global substitute, the wage and the pricing method, or even the opportunity cost method is very important. And these pricing methods, I'll give you the paper by Lou Beneria to take a look into. Now, I talked about gender budgeting as a fiscal innovation, and I talked about the models which we need to carry out, linking gender budgeting and gender outcomes. Then I talked to you about how to measure the gender outcomes, and we identified gender development index based on equally distributed equivalent. To do that, then we realized that the economic growth variable itself is incomplete or partial, and we need to take a look into the care economy. And you understood that the care economy is statistically invisible, and we need to apply several methodologies like input or output, pricing method or the time use method to capture the care economy. So those were related to the measurement issues. Now, get into the different phases of fiscal innovation. First is the knowledge networking and model building that we have done. The second phase of the fiscal innovation is institutional mechanisms, because if institutions fail, then we will not be able to translate a good research into a public policy. So what are the important institutional mechanisms and the analytical matrices to be provided to the sectoral ministries and to the Ministry of Finance to enable them to capture fiscal data through a gender lens? So those institutional mechanisms are very relevant. Then we need to work with the classification of budgetary transactions. That's very important to look into. And budgetary transactions, it is very difficult to ask for a head of account and budget open for a gender component. It is difficult, more difficult than asking 33% reservation in the parliament for women, because you're opening a budget head for gender development. And that has not yet happened. And Ministry of Finance, they are deliberating on these issues, how to mainstream gender component within the classification of budgetary transactions. So after doing the specific model building and the institutional mechanisms, and also by analyzing the classification of budgetary transactions, and the fiscal data through the gender lens. The third phase of the fiscal innovation is capacity building. That's exactly what we are doing here with the government of Andhra Pradesh. We are doing the capacity building. I'm providing you what exactly is gender budgeting when we float it as a fiscal innovation, and what are the different methods or methodologies and the institutional mechanisms required to carry it out. And the final stage is accountability mechanisms, because gender budgeting is about transparency and accountability. It is a fiscal tool of accountability, gender budgeting. So the account AG's office and the CAG, Controller and Auditor General, they get into the accountability mechanisms related questions on gender budgeting. So in order to study gender budgeting as a public financial management tool, you need to get into all the different stages of this innovation process. So that's the way it is. Now, there was a huge debate when we start doing, gender budgeting, because policymakers or the North Bloc, they always tell us that the policymakers, they don't discriminate men or women. We are here to design policies. It's not like men related or women related. Prima facie, the budgets or the fiscal policy looks gender neutral. But if you don't correct for the asymmetric levels in which the men and women's achievements related to the economic and the social development, this gender neutrality can turn gender blind. So we need to correct for it. And that's the way, Rhoda Sharp and Danielson in their Commonwealth Secretariat work, they have articulated that budgets differing impacts on men and women are important to look into to set allocations, that is public expenditure, and also to formulate the revenue policy. And here, there are questions related to efficiency and equity. Equity, you can understand that equal opportunity to all doesn't work. Like, we say that education, health, provisioning, roads, everything is there. Men and women, boys and girls can come and access equally. We are not discriminating anybody. But the important methodology to understand the fiscal incidence or the incidence of a fiscal policy or the distributional impacts of the fiscal policy is to undertake or to conduct a gender disaggregated benefit incidence analysis across income quintiles, over time, across gender, across social economic groups, and across Indian states. So this methodology is very important, BIA, benefit incidence analysis. It has got two important components. One is unit cost, the other is unit utilized. And if you take a look into this benefit incidence analysis, the inferences are pathetic in the sense, there are gender differentials and there is elite capture, that the government policies or the public expenditures are designed for everyone equally, right? But who accessed it? And that will be given or that will be inferred in the public expenditure benefit incidence analysis. And you can understand that the lower income quintiles will not be the one who accessed the public expenditure every time. And there are gender differentials. And when it comes to the intersectionality issues, when you look into the socioeconomic groups, things are further back. So you need to take a look into the equity concerns. All are equal or all women are equal or equality paradigm. If that does wonders in our country, now over the years, things would have been much different. But people are not accessing equally. That's why, UN Forum, we now talk about leave nobody behind, that narrative, LNOB narrative. And the role of public policy is on the basis of this LNOB, leave nobody behind. Because if there are entry barriers, if there are unfreedoms faced by people, the role of public policy is to remove those unfreedoms and the capability deprivation so that men and women can access the resources equally. So gender budgeting is pitched from the perspective of removing the unfreedoms, and that's exactly the role of a public policy. Here, to enable this, we have data constraints. So gender disaggregated data building is very crucial to undertake the gender disaggregated public expenditure benefit incidence analysis. So because we need to construct both the unit cost and the unit utilized. And these are very important. And this data, this fiscal data through a gender lens can be collected through an institutionalized process. And how to mainstream the budget process and how to make it sustainable, that is a legal question. Like we have a budget called circular. The faculty members who worked closely with the Ministry of Finance or the Department of Finance, you will be able to understand what I am talking about, because the entire budget process starts with the call circular. It was mandated legally within the call circular that you need to come up with the gender budgeting design when you talk about the detailed demand for grants you put forward. So that's the way it was institutionalized through the budget call circulars. Now, let us take a look into the different elements of the budget that's adaptable through the gender budgeting. First is about the financial inputs analysis. Financial inputs, you know that the budget is formulated at 3 stages. First is the announcement through the budget speech that we call as budget estimate. After 1 year, we get revised estimates. Then after 1 year lag, we get the actual. So the important question to be asked is about the financial inputs is there any deviation between what minister promised through the announcements and in the budget speech and the actual outcome? If there is a deviation, then the question related to fiscal marksmanship is very important. Marksmanship relates to budget forecast errors. Like you announce, and when it comes to the actual, then there will be a huge deviation. And that deviation, if there is a deviation, then your marksmanship is not perfect. Then you have to ask the question, what led to this deviation? It can happen through random factors, and it can also happen through the biasness of a policy maker. And you can technically do that fiscal marksmanship analysis using the tools you. And we have a paper in an IPSP. I can pass it on that paper. And there, if the random components, you get the coefficients within 0 to 1. If the random components are huge, excuse me, then you need not worry, because these are due to the random factors that you experienced a deviation. And yet now you know that in the context of many macroeconomic uncertainties, energy price volatility, war in Ukraine, war in uh, this Palestine and Israel, there are in Iran, because of these geopolitical uncertainties, this size of the government is getting affected. There is a link between polycrisis and size of the government captured through expenditure to GDP. And you can take a look into that, empirical analysis, econometric analysis. Students have done that earlier, looking into the link between the size of government and globalization process. Now it's time for us to look into the relationship between the size of the government and the poly crisis. And after looking into the financial inputs, after looking into the fiscal marksmanship, after ensuring that what is budgeted and what is actual, there is no deviation, then only we can talk about the fiscal outcomes, right? We need to link results to the results. That is okay. But what results are we talking about when there is a huge deviation between what is announced in the budget and what is actual? So the first issue, relates to the fiscal marksmanship. Once your fiscal marksmanship is perfect, then only you can talk about outcome budgets. Now, this I mentioned earlier, that it can also be taken up as a fiscal fiat and legal fiat issue. We know that legal fiat of gender budgeting is absent in the context of India. But our Niti Aayog is working on it to make gender budgeting an act. Like it's not an gender act, but within the fiscal framework, within the financial law, how can gender budgeting can be incorporated as a legal mandate? That's the way Korea has done. Because if you look into the Korean experiences, in Korea, gender budgeting is legally mandated within the national finance law. And that is very important for the sustainability. We have to look through the broader framework. And Shubha ma'am has raised a question related to the climate. That is very important because when we look into the fiscal fiat question, we talked about the intergovernmental fiscal framework, right? Climate change or the ecological fiscal transfer is successfully incorporated within the IGFT framework, but gender lens is not yet incorporated. Now unpack the IGFT and analyze how the intergovernmental fiscal transfers is designed. The transfer is designed on the basis of a formula, and the formula contains population, area, climate change proxied by net forest cover, tax effort, TFR, different indicators. So based on these determinants of the indicators and the weights given to these determinants, the intergovernmental fiscal transfer design is conducted or formulated. Do you see a chance or a rationale to incorporate a gender lens or a gender variable within the IGFT framework? Because if you look into the gender outcomes, the rich states like Punjab and Haryana, if you look into the sex ratio, you can understand that gender discrimination in these countries starts even before birth. That's getting reflected in the juvenile or the child sex ratio. So if the Finance Commission adopts that sex ratio will be taken as a variable in the unconditional transfers based on the formula, in the formula based fiscal transfer, then the states which are not doing good, which are poor in terms of the sex ratio or the having adverse sex ratio will not get sufficient amount because the weightage, that matter. The variables you select in the formula matters. So you can, think about integrating a gender variable within the intergovernmental fiscal transfers and go purple. If the Finance Commission, 16th Finance Commission, will they go purple? We need to wait and see because the main issue before the 16th Finance Commission is about the magnitude of devolution and also about the criteria of devolution. Magnitude in the sense, in India, since 14th Finance Commission, we are devolving around 41%, 42. Then when Kashmir was out, it is 41% of the entire tax pool is devolved down. Now, given the increasing tendency of designing cess and surcharge, the divisible pool with the states is getting shrunk. So, if the cess and surcharge design if the trend is going high, then we should ask for more devolution, right? Because the pool is getting shrunk. So then there should be a link between the magnitude and the way the central government designs cess and surcharges. So there should be a link. And if there is more cess and surcharge, that will lead to the shrinkage of the, this divisible pool. And, then we should be asking for more, not the 41%. This is one question. Second is on what basis, as I mentioned, you decide the transfer. Is it on the basis of social economic backwardness, or is it only on the basis of offsetting the fiscal disabilities by taking into account the population and area? Then, the states which control the population will not get enough money. Then should we be getting into the density of population as a variable? So these are the questions which the states are now preparing in their memorandum to put forward before the 16th Finance Commission. In that memorandum, it is very important to integrate a gender variable so that the issues related to the population or the TFR, everything will get a better answer the moment you integrate the gender variable. And I have done a work on this. That paper is there in the Levy Economics website. There the progressivity of the fiscal transfers will increase the moment you incorporate a gender variable. So that research can back up this policy narrative when we speak to the 16th Finance Commission. And it is very important to look into the legal fiat by formalizing the gender concerns within the budget circulars, within the financial law. That legal fiat is very important and it needs to be implemented as within government initiative, because outside government initiative will not be sustainable. Civil society organizations in countries like South Africa, they are doing gender budgeting, but it is not sustainable. Now let's get into the legislative matrices. Okay, I will skip this. We don't have time because it's already reaching 3 o'clock. The next slide, I talked about I'm going to talk about the dynamic panel models. I think I have mentioned this Stotsky model and our paper in IMF that we looked into this question that's there in the slide. Public expenditure decisions in education and health, or economic growth that strongly determine the gender development index and the gender inequality index. And as I mentioned earlier, there is a positive link between gender budgeting and the education and the health outcomes. And one important thing I would love to mention here is when it comes to the labor force participation rate, we are not getting a strong econometric relationship, gender budgeting and the female labor force participation. Because scholars have looked into the feminization view. When the economic development happens, initially female labor force participation declines and then it increases. That's a feminization view. But when we look into the Indian context, that U is not quite statistically significant, and the relationship between the gender budgeting and the labor force participation are not that not that robust. This is because in India, we don't have clear care economy infrastructure policies along with the employer of last resort policies designed by the government. In the sense, government will come up with job guarantee schemes, but there are gender differentials in the access to the job guarantee schemes. That is because we don't have proper design for the care economy infrastructure policies. So the women are time poor. Though government will come up with job guarantee schemes, if you are time poor, that time poverty can affect income poverty. So we need to do this simultaneously, the care economy infrastructure policies and the employer of last resort policies, ELR. Now, when we talk about the intergovernmental fiscal transfers mechanism, as I mentioned, we need to look into the conditional transfers. Conditional in the sense, it is a tied transfer. There is no flexibility of finances at the local level when we design conditional transfers. Most of the flagship programs and the centrally sponsored schemes, they are conditional. They have specific purpose. And that states have a lot of issues related to the flexibility of the finance at the local level. The next is unconditional fiscal transfer. That is mostly the finance commission transfers. They are unconditional. That is formula based. It is not, confined to certain conditions. The states can prioritize after getting the money. The states can prioritize at the sub-national government level. But the question here is there is a lot of debate about the principle of subsidiarity. Principle of subsidiarity means the decisions can be taken better at the level of the government closest to the people, that is at the decentralized level. So whether fiscal decentralization is good or bad for gender equality outcomes, this can be asked empirically. And the answer is decentralization per se may not be good or bad. It's neither good nor bad for gender equality outcomes. The way the institutional design happens and the way the formula based transfer is designed, that matters, in terms of the link between fiscal decentralization and gender outcomes. So one size fits all policies designed by the central government will not be a good solution. We need to take the things at the subnational government level because of the principle of subsidiarity. Now, when you look into the tax side, there is a Wixian link. And Wixian link in the public finance or the public economics literature talks about the link between the tax you pay and the utility you derive from the government money. If there is no Wixian link, there is no incentive for people to pay taxes. In the context of an emerging country like India, there is rich vocabulary related to tax evasion. People are not willing to pay taxes. It is coerced. But in Scandinavian countries, the rates, the individual, that personal income tax, the rates are very high, 50, 60, but they are happily paying taxes because of the Wixian link. Wixian links don't break in the Scandinavian countries. There is a close relationship between the tax you pay and the outcomes you derive in the context of the Scandinavian countries. And they also look into a kind of Salmon mechanism. Pierre Salmon, that economist talked about the Salmon mechanism. That is benchmark the best jurisdiction. For example, if Andhra Pradesh is doing well in terms of gender budgeting initiatives, you benchmark Andhra Pradesh and the other states will, in the competitive federalism, they try to attain the levels achieved by the benchmark state, Andhra Pradesh. So, what are the policies formulated by the state to link to the better gender outcomes? If that can be emulated by the other states, then there is the Salmon mechanism operating. But in the context of an emerging countries, how do you do a benchmarking? Indicators are tangible. These are the questions you need to ask. But Salmon mechanisms will work better in the competitive federalism than cooperative federalism. India is a cooperative federalism. There, we depend on intergovernmental fiscal transfers as a main mechanism to offset the fiscal disabilities. And it is important to integrate a gender lens in the intergovernmental fiscal transfers. Now, to conclude, I will take questions from the floor. To conclude, macroeconomic policy framework has constraints. If you look into RBI or if you look into the Ministry of Finance, they are highly rules-based economics, and within the rules, whether it is inflation targeting, as I mentioned, there is no way in which a gender lens can be incorporated. But of course, research needs to begin in terms of looking into cost versus access to credit in the liquidity guidance and in terms of interest rate management. We need to start thinking of integrating a gender lens in the monetary policy. I hope Dr. Shaktikant Das or the forthcoming RBI governors will speak about integrating gender lens in the monetary macro. That's very relevant because cost of credit is the interest rate management. Recently, the Monetary Policy Committee has kept the interest rate status quo at 6.5%. But why they kept the interest rate at status quo? Because we need to tackle the mounting global inflation. We need to tackle what's happening in the Western world because they are going hawkish by increasing the interest rates. So if you don't do an interest rate defense in India, then the capital can be flighty. The hot money will go to the countries where the interest rate is higher. So we need to do the interest rate defense, and we have not cut the interest rates. So low interest rates are good for investment, good for economic growth. High interest rates hurt economic growth recovery process. Then who is doing the economic growth recovery process?
the fiscal policy. Fiscal policy is remaining accommodative in the post-pandemic fiscal space by keeping high fiscal deficit and high debt because we need to support the economic growth. But you can understand that high interest rate will affect the fiscal policy being accommodative because the public debt management will be costlier. Earlier, we talked about the high fiscal deficit and debt in the low interest rate regime. In the pandemic times, it was 4%. The countries are into the low interest rate regime. Oliver Blanchard has a book written about that, Public Debt in Low Interest Rate Regime. That's a very good book. But he's very sad it got published when the countries are fighting and increasing the interest rate. So he's like now very sad, but he mentions that his book will be relevant in future when the world once again goes to that low interest rate regime. Now it is a hawkish mode, and you can see the deliberations and the articulation of G. Powell, who is the Fed Reserve Chair in US, that he will not go for a drastic cut in the interest rate, and it is affecting the emerging economies. So, applying a gender lens, you need to ask the question whether the cost, the interest rate management matters, or the access of women and men towards credit. Even this question of cost versus access to credit, access to credit, earlier we have done a peer monitoring model by forming a group and the group opening an access or a bank account. But now, with the digital infrastructure in the public finance, access of women and men, poor and rich, to the formal banking sector has been done. Of course, zero balance is an issue, but there is access for people to the formal banking sector through the digital infrastructure in public finance. So the new questions are related to the digital infrastructure, the digital currency, because we have floated central bank digital currency in different cities of India, and we are now going digital. So whether women will be risk takers, women will be okay with the digital currency, these are the questions to be asked. And if you look into the work by Barry Aiken-Green, his work on digital dollar, there is an articulation even by Janet Yellen, the Treasury Secretary, that digital dollar is very good in terms of strengthening financial inclusion. And that's good for women. So digital dollar or digital currency and financial inclusion are closely correlated because many parts of our country or in US, they are highly unbanked. So the penetration of the bank branches may not be there. Then the digital currency or the digital dollar or the digital rupee will be very important to strengthen the financial inclusion. So these are the new questions we need to look into when we talk about the women and economic development. At the same time, let's take the issue related to crypto. That's a high risk, high return asset. So women, are they risk takers? Or the women entrepreneurs? Do we have a clear regulatory framework in India to deal with the crypto coins? Because there are a lot of fish coins, right? So how to sort out these fish coins, the bad coins from the good coins? The regulatory framework is important. In India, we articulated that crypto transactions will be taxed at 30%. But taxing crypto doesn't make it legitimate. Legitimate means the regulatory framework has not been announced. In the G20 meetings also, we have spoken about the regulatory framework, the multilateral architecture required for this digital world. Because in the field of money and finance, don't say no to a financial innovation. Crypto. Don't ban it, but how to regulate it is a very important question. But views are divided. Like Dr. Shaktikan does mention that it's not even having the value of a tulip. So we don't know what kind of decisions will be taken related to crypto in future. Now all we know is that it is taxed just like any other speculative asset, like horse trading. Not horse trading, horse racing. Horse trading relates to the election thing, right? People, sorry, not horse trading, horse racing. Even in the budget speech, when Nirmala Sitharaman was talking about giving 30% tax to the horse racing, she also committed the same slip of tongue like me. She told horse trading, then, opposition told that in the election times, maybe the parties are thinking about post trading, like what is happening over there, right? The people are bought through money, and people will come and stay in resort, and a lot of political economic things happen over there. No, sorry. So when it comes to the horse race, casino, crypto, these are speculative transactions or speculative business. So we do a taxation at 30% for speculation. So that's the only thing which is done in this digital crypto case. So we need to look into these questions related to the broader macroeconomic constraints within the macroeconomic framework, the new things that's coming up. And Shubhama mentioned that we can't stop this lecture without speaking about the climate related concerns. That's another major area of work. Monetary policy and fiscal policy now started looking into the climate change related concerns because we have international commitment to go towards net zero, right? And fiscal policy, as I mentioned earlier, we have intergovernmental fiscal transfers, through ecological fiscal transfers angle. We have this, climate change criteria integrated within the IGF. Good. Ecological fiscal transfer is a good initiative. Another tool of transparency and accountability, just like the way we do gender budgeting, we need to do climate responsive budgeting, both for adaptation and mitigation. That's very important at the state and the center, and even at the third tier, the general government will look into. Now, take a look into monetary policy side. In the monetary policy reaction function, the climate change was integrated in the ECB. ECB in the sense, European Central Bank. Christine Lagarde, she talked about greening of monetary policy by identifying the stress test, incorporating the green component. But India, we are in the nascent stage related to the stress test, the green stress test for the top investors. And we are warned by major, this mainstream economists like Rekram Rajan and many economists, they warned us that don't get into the political questions related to the climate change because we don't have enough strategies and tool kit developed for incorporating the climate change concerns within the monetary policy reaction function. So that can lead to the reputation risk. So don't get into the climate change concerns because it is a political economy question to distinguish between the green bond and the brown bond. So many economists believe that monetary policy is not ready. The tools are not ready to integrate the climate change concerns. But the political economic questions can be tackled better by the fiscal policy authorities. And we have announced the green bond, right? Climate bond. In the financing pattern of deficit, a portion of the financing, we have done a thematic financing of the deficit by linking it to the green infrastructure. And if you ask me, do we have gender bond? No, Argentina, they have gender bond. A part of the financing of the fiscal deficit is linked to gender equality outcomes. So that's a way they have addressed the gender inequality concerns through gender bond. So these are the developments that's happening right now. So the specific policy innovation like climate responsive budgeting or gender budgeting, these are very important when the macroeconomic policy framework has constraints to integrate the climate and gender concerns. And of course, the legal fiat is very important because once it is legally mandated, it will be sustainable. So the sustainability of the process is very crucial. And the new evidence on this intergovernmental fiscal transfers and the gender equality outcomes that can be seen in our paper by Janet Stotsky of IMF, myself and Piyush Gandhi of Oxford. Take a look into that, and we will be able to articulate to the 16th Finance Commission that a gender criteria in the formula-based fiscal transfer is very important when it comes to the link between IGFT and the human development outcomes. So that's it. And the last slide is about the references which I used to prepare this lecture. take a look into the chapters in my book published by Palgrave Macmillan. And the book's name is Fiscal Policy for Sustainable Development, Gender Budgeting in India. It is published by Palgrave Macmillan. Also take a look into my IMF paper. It is regarding the Asia Pacific gender outcomes. Take a look into my IMF paper and the fiscal consolidation which I have spoken about, and what we call as the constraints in the macro economic framework. You will get a better understanding of these issues when you read my fiscal book that is on fiscal consolidation, budget deficits and macroeconomy, published by the Sage UK. That different chapters, I look into the monetary policy, interest rate management, I looked into the crowding out, the public investment processes. So these various chapters will give you an idea about the fiscal consolidation procedures and the link between the budget deficits and the macroeconomic consequences or the outcomes. So that's it. I stop here and now floor is open for questions. I think we can take another 15 minutes and wrap it up. Yeah, over to you. Thank you so much. Professor Shubha, over to you.
Can you relate this with women reservation, which is reservation bill, madam?
Yeah.
And women reservation bill. Still, it is pending issue in India.
Oh, that's a wonderful question. The link between the feminization of governance and gender budgeting. I forgot to mention that. You take a look into the work by Esther Duflo. The randomized control trials they have done in India, right? They asked the same question you asked. Is there a link between feminization of governance and gender outcomes? So they have conducted this experiment, in the context of Rajasthan, in the context of West Bengal. They looked into the women serpents. So the question they asked is, if the feminization of governance happened, whether that lead to the change in the expenditure decisions favorable for women or incorporating the women's concern. But the answer is yes, that there is a link between the feminization of governance, the reservation, and the public expenditure decisions taken favorable for the women. So that study is there. Another study by Indira Rajaraman, but she got the answer negatively, that she found that in certain, at the third tier, again at the fiscally decentralized levels, there is no significant link between feminization of governance or the reservation and the gender budgeting. So the research, empirical evidence is inconclusive related to your question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So overall, you liked my lecture? Was it clear? It was not complex, I feel. Thank you.
Any queries? Please ask, madam.
Any more questions? You have any more questions? Or we call it a day?
Proposing amount of things. Still any analysis, please. Anybody wants to ask any question? No. If no, shall I continue with water plants? Madam, you have specified in such a way that the gender budgeting and fiscal deficit, all that terms, new terms and new innovations in recent budgeting system that were introduced, and the US, there are other countries where the gender budgeting has taken very important role, but still it is lagging in India. As I have mentioned earlier, the women reservation bill is still pending in India because now it has to go a long way like that. It is still pending, but we should go further for having, if the political high-handedness, it performs the people, the women reservation bill, and the gender budgeting will be upheld. Thank you, Anita.
Thank you so much and wish you all the best. And thank you for giving me the space to give you the lecture and wish you a wonderful evening. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
for
Bye, Shubha.
valuable
Thank you.
insights shared for us. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. With this all sessions, we close this training of trainers program. Thank you all NRCs. Thank you all NRCs and KRPs participants. Thank you for your cooperation and support to conduct this TOT training program. Thank you one and all.